Good morning, everyone. Welcome to part 2 of this mostly fresh start Voldrak Cadence order. Let's get a groom tools for where we left off. We got most of the build defining items we needed. But obviously we're going to search for some upgrades today. We'll get into Elite most likely. Alright, yeah, this is Warp the Blood. Wait, this was Shelter. Yeah, it's a terrible roll. We're going to not use that. Let's see. So I think we are going to switch probably to using Fleshwarp Pauldrons because +3 to Cadence seems better than anything else we have at the moment. This is a Bleed, Elemental, Aether, Poison, Res. Like, this is kind of... They're level 39, so we can't equip them for a while, but the resistances on them are kind of nuts. Maybe we'll get a good Fleshwarp plate mail as well. All right, so not a lot of success in the RNG department right now.
Stubborn human, you've already lost. Insignificant wretch. Hollow victory.
Hey, Susie. Hi, Violet. Good morning. Welcome in. Why of Scorching? I saw he was streaming, but I was getting ready to go to bed, so I didn't get a chance to check it out. 95. Yeah, the classless challenge is something that just doesn't personally strike me as fun. It's semi-interesting to see how people attempt it, but why am I going to do that to myself? James McKay. Going to the dentist might be more fun because sometimes they give you the happy gas.
And work down that way cannot simply march up. Wait, think.
My, what a curiosity.
As a movie, welcome in. The triple root canal sounds nasty. Yeah, I wouldn't want to go do that.
It appears that the rich
Alright, I need to figure out the devotion path I want to take on this build. Oh, we do need a Kraken, so let's get some, maybe just get some greens. Kraken doesn't. Yeah, Kraken gives red and blue. Okay. I'll take Raven for the OA for now, and then we can refund the Crossroads once we finish it and. As a movie, I don't have a Grim tool since this is basically whatever we find lying on the ground. But it's Voldrak's Crusher, it's probably a double Gallus, and good chance of Flesh Warp Cask, and Gutworm Metal, maybe probably good chance of Megara Amulet. Other than that, we'll see. Yeah, Flesh Warp Pauldrons. I have a couple of pairs of them, but unfortunately, I can't afford to lose the Chaos Res quite yet, so... If I find some other sources of Chaos Res, we will switch to Flesh Warp Pauldrons. Hmm. Yeah, that would fix our Chaos Res, tank our Vit and Aether. Elemental we'd be fine on. Cronley Ring is giving us Pierce Res right now, which we don't want to go lower. But probably this one will... yeah, this one's an upgrade. We'll let me get a... we're level 35, so we can actually equip this. Still need to juggle our resistances a bit. So we lose... Yeah, the Forgotten Gods detour definitely helps. Okay, 4751 fixes Chaos Res. And yeah, what do we take? Take Prismatic of Prowess, or do we take Shrew to the Eagle? I think we take Prismatic of Prowess. It's more resistances. I'll move the Silk Swatch over. I think you're right, Violet. This is the right way to play this at the moment. Our Chaos Res is kind of still where it was. We now have +3 to Cadence. We should have a Mark of the Traveler, right? Haven't put anything on boots. Not that these boots are anything special, but... Alright, so Menhir's Bulwark is soft-capped. I think that's good for now. What's giving us points to Brute Force? I'm just curious. Oh, is it the Mogara? Yeah, it must be the Mogara amulet. So we should 1 point this for a bit more health and damage. It's also 1 point Feral Hunger to have a weapon pool skill and push the mastery bar a little bit. So I would like to get to upheaval. I welcome in Miso. I guess it's good morning to England and the Iberian Peninsula, and good afternoon to everyone else on the continent. That's always nice when you're working on one thing; it gives you an idea for something else. Hmm. Yeah, there's some pretty cool stuff out there in the solar system. Morning, Canadian guy. Welcome in. That is an amusing line, Viley. Alright, Renegades of Alacrity. We lose some elemental res, I guess, which is okay. We gain some more Pierce and Aether. This seems like a win. So our Ellie overcap 27, 27, 27. Okay.
You've returned. So our great moment of triumph is soured with tragedy.
Cortosian scrolls useless.
Good, you're back. I struggled.
It's very rare you get a legendary you can use, but
You see, the Luminari have long been aware of it.
Excuse me. My father and I were part of a...
alright, we'll get an Ugdenbog girdle. That'll so this says Aether and Stun Res. It's really I mean, obviously Stun Res is good, but though this also shores up our the Dreek Pants. These have pretty insane resistances. And they give us Leech. Somewhat hard to say no to these, but I don't know how much we need them. We'll think about that a bit more once we get an Ugdenbog girdle, depending on what that rolls. It's in Creed's contract; he can't give you anything. That seems reasonable. Okay, and now we have upheaval. See, our weapon pool skill chance is what, 21, 33. So 63%. Obviously, you want that to get up to 100, but we're still level 37, so we have a lot of other things we need to put points in. But yeah, getting the weapon pool skill chance up is going to be a priority. Cutthroats of Mending? That's... Wait, Impervious of Mending. Yeah, it's not good Impervious. Yeah, neither of these are that great. Yeah, Cutthroats is a bunch of flat Pierce that does nothing for me. And I think Cunning fixes our Vit Res, that's about it.
Whatever it is you think you're interested, if you own what you I can.
Right. So we refund the green crossroads.
What troubles you? Stay strong.
And we start Kraken. Got the Venom Gaze Bile. Yeah, we'll find Silvaria. I'm going to get the Barahome Rift and then come back. Along the way, we'll kill the ghost and take the shrine up here. Okay, back to Silvaria. I don't really care. I just want to kill Silvaria right now. This is normally a good place to farm blooms, but can't be bothered. So we'll kill these guys because they're right outside. Impervious of Mending Living Ring. Good impervious? Nah, forget it.
Welcome, traveler. Oh, cutting right. Glad.
Alright, we need the leaf main alpha horn, so we'll go to the southern ward first and then go a bit below. So usually get an alpha horn from one of the mobs down there. Hey, well, welcome in, Kibitz. We're living that Teddy Roosevelt life. Speak softly and carry a big stick. So far, so good.
I am so.
Morning, Farnsworth. Welcome in.
You've returned. You chose the altar over. Now that you have what you ever since the yes, deep beneath. Good. You will.
Oh, we didn't rescue the witches. Hold on, let's do that. Yeah, Viley mentioned that earlier, Farnsworth. How did it go? I was saying that the classless run strikes me as one of the least fun achievements in this game. Push up to oak skin. And put some more points of deadly momentum. There we go, that works. Yeah, one would think not a ton goes wrong on normal, but maybe for classless run, even there, you're going to have some moments.
I am rude. We were never.
Yeah, Steps of Torment for the Shrine sounds rough. Yeah, that sounds like a terrible idea. Fighting a sketchy boss that can kill you, who drops an MI that is useless to you because you can't use skills because you're classless. We're Minciano, we're doing all right. Just progressing through the game. Imagine we'll do some farming at some point to get some gear upgrades, but for now things are fine. Hang on one second. I think I like these Soleil pants with the crazy amounts of resistances. Let's do we have another ancient armor plate? Not, yeah, we do. Okay, perfect. I think I'm just going to put a scaled hide on these, so... Welcome back, Susie. Maybe after we get out of the void, we'll reset, and we'll try to get a better Ugdenbog girdle. We can just farm Caraxus until he drops what we want. And I'm going to pause here for a moment. My dog has come in, so she probably wants to go out, so I'll take care of her quickly and be right back. Farnsworth, you've never done a Pierce build? That is kind of wild to me.
Is that you, Mother? An unfortunate accident, my Ogrim. Yes, to mount, I see. It's good to you're right. Oh,
Yeah, those are completely different builds. Easy being relative to other builds that hit SR30, sure. Seems reasonable. Alright, let's get the Rift Gate and then we can backtrack for the Shrine. And then once we get the Shrine, maybe we'll reset and we'll farm Caraxes. Yeah, in hardcore, I've never really been interested in pushing past 36. I kind of think 36 is a this build is solidly good enough metric. That is a pretty high max damage value. Wonder what that's from. Because Sigil's typically more of a slow burn damage versus, you know, a sudden hit like a Cadence crit or something. Okay, we'll kill Caraxus and then we'll do the totem. Subjugators of Mending. Yeah, that's not it. Yeah, we want a decent Ugdenbug girdle. For your pet warder. Hang on. Shirley's come back in, guys. She has had a bit of a rough night with some indigestion and such. So I'm just going to check on her. I'll pause and be back again shortly. Alright, we are back. Yeah, Shirley must have just eaten something that didn't agree with her yesterday or something. Don't know exactly what that would have been, though. Mystic of Blight. Is this going to be one of those meme runs where we just continue to get hot garbage to chat's amusement? Mage Storm of the Boar. Like, really, guys, this is these are the drops. All right, I'm going to get some Aether Crystals from Warden's Lab, reset one or two more times, and that's that. I mean, an Ogden Bog Girdle is just such the obvious play here that, I mean, we have to get one, and it should ideally be one that has resistances. You mean the upheaval weapon damage, Farnsworth, specifically? Yeah, they had buffed it already, and then with the upheaval changes, they put the upheaval mods on it in the playtest. Stalwart of Mending. Do some more Aether Crystals, and then reset for... All right, Radical. Appreciate you being here. Enjoy. Enjoy work might not be the right thing to say, but have a survivable day at least, depending. Mystic of the Untamed. You know what? It is Aetherez, and it is OA. Mystic is kind of whatever, but the Untamed is a decent enough affix. I did want resist. This is true, Viley. It's level 42, so we can't equip it quite yet, but that's fine. Yeah, we got resist and Aetherez. And this is also going to fix some of the Vitrez problem. So yeah, you know what? I'm not going to complain about it. Let's get oak skin. Yeah, it'll mess with stun res a bit, but that's fine. We can make up for that a little bit with Scars of Battle.
You better have a damn good reason to be. Huh? The black. I don't. So this is. Yeah. You're serious. The ethereal's.
It's not a bad starter. Only thing with the season though is that don't they nerf the Dark One drop chances, and it's a lot of time spent in that dungeon without Dark One set. Enjoy lurking, Prickly. I think we missed the wagon. We'll have to make up for it. Oh god, bleed stuff for the ghost sounds like a nightmare. Yeah, it's a cool idea. My only concern is just the bleed res on all the ghost heroes and nemesis that you're going to face in the season. Well, there's always another build in Grim Dawn.
I've spoken with Corinne. Is there something?
Yeah, I definitely had some issues with that, but I think I started with a I want to say Halbera Mage Hunter, and I played Lightning Runa Calstor, so I at least had something reasonable.
Stay strong.
So what's our stun res now? 43 is not great. Yeah, it was grindy to farm, especially if you needed the blueprint to get duplicates for purposes of Val orbing your stuff. Can I make a Juggernaut? Let me actually check. What does that require? Alright, so we need the Rampage, which we have. We need an Oleron's Blood, and we need a Reinforced Shell. We need 3 Tainted Brain Matters, which we have. Reinforced Shell. Battered Shell, Scavenged Plating. That's fine. Oleron's Blood, I think, is cheaper now. Oh, but not that cheap. Okay, I need 2 more Seals of Binding. That's okay. We'll do Steel Cap District, and we'll farm a couple Seals of Binding, and then we'll craft Juggernaut.
The outpost resistance had attempted.
There you are. What is
Welcome in, Liverbane.
Well, that's good. Steel cap.
Alright, let's run Darkvale Gate for some seals of binding. We just need 2. Yeah, Manticore Eye is definitely worse than Bloom's. Alright, we still need to get another seal of binding. Alright, we got the seal. We might as well just finish this run, see if we get any more. But we have the 3 we need to craft the Oleron's blood. Alright, another seal. Yeah, I tend to find farming pretty chill, but I get why it's not fun for everyone. So, rolled with a bonus, the force wave. That's still fine, I mean. And let's put a scale tide on. Okay, one scaled hide, we have 100% armor absorption, which is pretty good. It's probably because we put points in Scars of Battle for the stun res. Alright, men here's Bulwark. Can continue to put points in that as well. You can also pump Deadly Momentum. There's no real wrong choice here. Yeah, if you're making a bunch of characters and doing all the dungeons and content, at some point you probably will get what you want. It can just take a while. That is a bit more than I can tolerate. Yeah, at that point, Farnsworth, you just wait for the season and you essence container the another shield. May not have picked up the Evander quest. I mean, containers, they definitely could be OP. They also let you do fun things like get best in slot acid affixes for locksmere swords. And I imagine you could do the same for like lightning with the lightning shadow strike conduit. Make a pretty fun fun build that way. Yeah, exactly. That's where I was thinking you're going to get the prefix and then essence container it. Haven't fully decided, Farnsworth. We've got Assassin's Blade and Turtle at the moment. Speaking of which, yeah, once we get this, we then have to make a decision, kind of what direction we want to go. Thing is, between Mog Pact and Menhir's Bulwark, I don't think we really need to go regen. We can get reasonable regen with very little effort. So I'm kind of inclined to go damage. Frowsy Dark, welcome in. Last I heard is they're planning on announcing a release date in May. Right, that is, they'll make the announcement in May, not that it'll be released in May. So we are getting closer, at least, to knowing. I don't actually have any of mending stuff here, so we're just casually regenning 1200. Please don't release. You've already booked your summer holidays. I'm hoping that it releases at a time when I'll have some extra time to stream. Yeah, I had the sun coming into my eyes a couple times. It was not ideal. I think it's a little cloudy today, which is the reason it's not a problem, but... Hey, welcome in, Fishing Hat.
Good work out there. You can be good on you. I believe. Tell me. So can't afford.
Captain Wilford tells me that I was wondering. I'm talking about the.
Alright, we didn't drop a portal because we needed to come back here anyway. DA armor, pierce aether as one point in that might not hurt. Get one more point in Heart of the Wild. Cadence is doing way more damage now. I think once we do Black Iron Docks, we might try to see if we can get a higher level Voldrak mace. I'd rather do that on normal. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I was thinking about putting a point in that and just didn't get around to it.
Mission a success. I'll allow it for now.
But that will definitely help. Next level, if I remember, we'll 1 point that.
Is it fit? It appears Goradia was right about you.
Alright, we'll try Voldrak and we will try maybe one more Gallistron as well. Also, see totem, click totem. Nothing good. Whoa. He just died. Superior of Sanctification, I mean... We're going to get a better level 52 mace. Hopefully level 52. Low efforts. Yeah, we clubbed Voldrak pretty convincingly. I'm not doing the savagery plus cadence thing, Farnsworth. That just sounds not fun. I mean, even if the point cost wasn't an issue, just having to switch back and forth and to get savagery rolling, then use cadence. It's too much. Superior of Alacrity, level 52. Alright, that is exactly what we wanted. And quick trip to see Gallus as well. Grim Dawn definitely favors the chill, relaxed gameplay style more than some other ARPGs. That is absolutely true. Until you see that you've been arcaned. Yep. And then you die. Tempest of Alacrity. So, it says Pierce and Bleed Res and attack speed. And Tempest does give me some OA, right? Not a lot. Poison, Vit, Elemental. We lose the Vit. That's kind of painful, actually. I think we're going to stick with one Voldrak ring for now. Our resistances are going to be balanced more effectively if we do that. Throw the Chains of Oleron on for some more OA. And we should be ready to go to Elite now. Just double check these. All right, so Pierce is going to be a little underwhelming, but Chaos and Vitrez will be a little low, and Pierce will be a little like 74% on Elite. But we've got the upgraded Voldrak weapon, which should be a nice DPS boost. I'm curious if we just, yeah, it's another 8600 DPS without deadly momentum up, just Cadence alone. So we've got something to look forward to early on in Elite. And how many devotion points? We've got 28 on normal. Are there any obvious ones we're missing here? So I know usually when I'm speed leveling I can grab a few in Forgotten Gods, but we're not doing that, so... Yeah, that might be it. So let's go to Elite. Oh, did you, remind me, so did you finish the Powder Mage trilogy? I mean, the thing is with magic systems and ideas like that, like, yeah, obviously if it's one for one or just blatantly the same, that's one thing, but there's room for a lot of magic systems to coexist and everyone having their own take on it.
You're not looking too bad. The body's you.
Yeah, I mean, using some substance to increase power isn't unheard of. I mean, in Mistborn series and Allomancy is about using, basically, you're eating metals to gain power. One ball, welcome in. So, if you're on the playtest branch, which you can learn how to join the playtest branch on the Crate forums. I believe it's in one of the forums about playtest feedback or something along those lines. You can get access to the new UI. Be warned that back up any save files before you even think about doing that, because they've changed some stuff in how they do their save files in this patch. So if you go onto the playtest branch, you will not be able to revert. Otherwise, if you want, you can always wait for patch 1.3 to come out. I don't know exactly when it will be publicly released, though. So that kind of depends on how many more ideas they have. One at 93 and the rest around 45. And it's pretty solid. And getting a character, you're one level away from where you can equip all the end game sets on one of your hardcore characters. Yeah, a lot of people like Terry Pratchett, and I very much need to read him, but once you realize how much great stuff there is to read, you end up in this situation where you never have time to finish everything you want. I will happily take the blame for the stack of books that has shown up in your home, Miso. Alright, I have something I need to make a note of. Sam vibes. Yeah. At least finish. Maybe make yourself do something like read 3 books for every one you buy. And then that'll whittle down your unread backlog, Miso. This way you can still buy something, but you have to earn it. Alright, have a good one, low efforts. We have 3 Slith necklaces. We can get a higher level ring. 4 in February, 4 in March. Nice. That's especially for some of the longer ones. That takes some time. Plates of Valor are always a nice roll, but do we really care? I don't think we do. Yeah, I think being inspired to read more, provided you can spare the time and you enjoy it, is a good thing. But obsessing over the fact that you're not reading 10 books a month or something like that isn't necessarily healthy. Especially since at least some of the people who are reading that much are people who at least part of their income is derived by, say, talking about books on YouTube. Like, yeah, if that's your job, you probably do want to read a lot.
I need some time to plan.
But average person might not need to as much. I mean, that's the general problem with metrics is, you start out by saying, "Oh, I'm not reading that much. Maybe I want to read more," and then at some point you become obsessed with the metric and not what you actually came up with the metric for. Like if your goal is to do more reading, it's not because you value getting X pages per week read. It's because there's a benefit that comes to you from reading, or you enjoy it, and some sort of initial accountability measure can be helpful. But when that becomes the goal itself, then you've kind of stopped doing it for the right reason. Oh, I understand that. I think you said at one point you were lawyer James. I practiced corporate law for about 3 years and said this is absolutely not what I want to do with the rest of my life. So I don't do that now. But yeah, in law school, for instance, reading for pleasure was super important because it reminded me that reading is fun. Although I was one of those weird people who actually liked law school, so I don't know. Yeah, I've been reading a ton of fantasy now, Farnsworth, partly because I like it, partly because it's something I'm writing, and seeing what other authors do, how certain tropes typically get resolved, and things along those lines are helpful. But I was also on a very heavy non-fiction kick for most of the last couple months of the prior year. Oil and gas leases. That sounds, to me, terrible. I'm not saying it is terrible, but yeah. In the US, I would say a law degree is one of those things that's theoretically useful. If you're not obviously if you're practicing law, it's essential. But it's kind of, I think a law degree in the US, if you're non-practicing, can kind of be, it's like a network multiplier. If you're very well connected, it's very useful. If you're not super well connected, then it's not that useful. At least in terms of, being hired by people. So if you're well connected, people don't really care what your degree is in as long as you're smart. And like if you're depending on, say, looking at job applications, and something says, "Oh, we want someone with an MBA," and you have a law degree, it's very easy to say, "Oh, this person doesn't have the degree we want," and ignore it. It's like the job of most companies, the people who do recruiting, it's basically to find excuses to exclude people because the way you know the way the internet works, anyone can submit a resume. Yeah, I think that's probably true everywhere though, James. I mean, Europe has still has kind of prominent noble families and such, and connections. Yeah, I don't know what the bar exam is like in Europe, but like in the U.S., the bar exam is basically designed to be passed if you're competent and even the slightest bit diligent. Like even the New York and California bars, which have low pass rates, they might be a little bit harder, but they're they're still designed to be passed. And I think California, you don't have to go to an accredited law school to sit for the bar, which means you get a lot of people who have no business take it and then fail, which lowers the pass rate. And New York is one of the states where you don't need it. You can join the New York bar if you have a 1 year master's in law degree from the United States and your kind of bachelor's equivalent law degree in another country. And if you're only spending 1 year studying law in the U.S., you're going to be less familiar with a lot of the concepts than the standard 3-year JD student. So New York has a lower bar passage rate, at least in part because of that. But I mean, in general, the reason someone fails the bar exam here is typically they didn't study, or they just struggled with the material. But I think a lot of times it's overconfidence and carelessness. Hey, Envy, welcome. The teacher who says, "Imagine going to school. God help our children." All right, what do we? What points in Mog Pact? Okay, level 48, so 4 levels will be able to equip the upgraded weapon. Fabric. I mean, it's the same in the U.S. Miso. So if you have practiced law for 5 years, there are a number of states that have reciprocity, where if you've passed one bar exam and you have 5 years of experience, you can waive in. But if you don't have 5 years of experience and say you know you move one state away, you have to take another bar exam. And then there are some states that just don't let you waive in with reciprocity at all, like New York and I think California. There are some others, but California thinks they're special. Yeah, though even though we're talking about Europe and the United States, even though obviously there are some countries in Europe that are much smaller than some U.S. states. Moving countries, even within the EU, I imagine is still a much bigger deal than moving states. So I think there are probably a lot. I feel like there are a lot more people who would move states potentially than move countries, but I could be mistaken. It seems like there's still going to be a lot of legal paperwork that you have to deal with. Yeah, at Farnsworth, each state has their own state laws, and the vast majority of litigation and is going to be in state courts and not federal courts. The big cases one hears about at the Supreme Court, as for instance, it's not even 0.1% of everything that's going on. At the firm I work for when I practice law, the people submit your requests for referrals and such. And it's drinking and driving is not a laughing matter. You shouldn't do it, period. But someone submitted at a request for referral for a DUI attorney, and this came up when I was sitting in some partner's office, and he basically just started laughing, assuming that the guy requested the referral is the one who got the DUI. Which is a good chance it was, but it's like, maybe don't broadcast that. Yeah, Louisiana's fascinating. It's basically the evolutions of the Napoleonic Code, which is a pretty cool thing that the overwhelming majority of the United States is derived from the English common law tradition, but we have one state where the civil law tradition comes in. Yeah. Pretty much everything that's not a former English colony uses civil law. I really need to figure out what I'm going to do devotion-wise. I think we'll go Vire. So we need a bunch of blue and a bit more purple. Um, all right, that's the purple. Yeah, we'll take eel for now. We can always change this up. Yeah, I'm sure no one actually condones drinking and driving. We all know it's a bad idea and that we shouldn't do it. Yeah, the term is residency for doctors in the States, at least. So scrolling back up in chat. And of all the places to crash if you drink and drive, crashing into a senior police officer seems particularly bad. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, some of those stories, obviously, not knowing the details, I can only say so much, Misa, but some of those stories deliberately omit context for the purpose of enraging people. But yeah, there are absolutely cases where it's very lightly punished. Although there is a lot more, I think, liability if you hurt someone. Praetorian shoulder guard. Yeah, we're not going to use it. It's a nice piece of gear, but not using it. Yeah. I mean, my view on if there was a defect in the prosecution's case, and that's why, then I 100% blame the prosecutors for their incompetence. And we absolutely should demand that prosecutors do their jobs correctly, given the amount of power they have to essentially destroy somebody's life. So, having harsh consequences on appeal that outrage, it's an evil, but I think it is the lesser evil. But then I'm one of those weird people who civil procedure was my favorite doctrinal class in law school. So I love learning about and discussing how things are done procedurally, and that and the kind of have an appreciation of the importance of essentially doing stuff the right way. I made a deal with Durrani. I meant to kill him. Oh well. Doesn't really matter. Yeah. The whole thing about judges being elected is another
Greetings, child. I am pleased
another
to see
thing,
you
the
have
merits of
the
which can be
necessary
debated.
should you require it.
Any luck clearing out? Well, good. You're back. What am you? That's good work there. But is that's the warden's defeat is a. So you must die before.
Yeah, that happens here sometimes. Sometimes miso, but at least for some matters there are actual mandatory sentencing guidelines. Which again, pluses and minuses, but
I cannot speak.
that seems like a horrible idea, Farnsworth. Like, surely not being able to have jury trials and not being able to have guaranteed appeals from untrained judges won't go wrong.
So, you the three have to go to the.
Pierce Aether, poison. Pierce. I mean, it's way more armor. It's a net positive. I think I have to equip these. Wait. Oh yeah, these are the same. Okay. Yeah, the cronyism happens somewhat more at the state level. I think, like, yes, you do have a bit at the federal level, but the at least for federal judges in the United States, there are very few of them comparatively. So typically, you have to have a high degree of competence to even be considered, uh, based on who you might know.
The emissary warned me of your coming.
I could hear the battle from. Ah, yes.
Yeah, the age verification stuff is, I think in some cases could be well intentioned, but it's going to cause all kinds of problems, and it's 100% going to get abused. Hey, Braskin, welcome in. How are you? Yeah, no, James, I can. The ego that comes with being both competent and connected, I could see being a thing with federal judges. I have no idea how we got on this topic. You don't have enough Red Bull in you, Farnsworth. Sorry, Braskin. Yeah, the lifetime appointment also definitely influences behavior. It's incredibly hard to get thrown off the bench. You have to be an absolute colossal idiot.
My dear, who needs to see the future? Then what? This.
So you've chosen to. Yes.
Well, look.
Yeah, appellate courts in some cases could be a bit more aggressive in how they enforce precedent. How many ectoplasms? We have 10, so we can make a Vengeful Wraith at this shrine. Yeah, I remember hearing about that, James. I think, well, it's the downside of lifetime tenure, really. Is that some people are just not reasonable about when it's time for them to retire. And of course, if you're a Supreme Court justice, God help you if you wait too long to retire and get replaced by someone who you're not a fan of. Yeah, not at 95. Well, the Justice Holmes quote, "The life was it the life of the law has not been logic; it's been experience." I mean, at least I will say there is no one on the Supreme Court who legitimately does not belong there. Like, there are more than a couple of Supreme Court justices I have my issues and disagreements with, but it's one thing to say that this person is wrong about this. It's something else entirely to say that they're not competent enough to be on the court. Yeah, I mean, everyone is the hero in their story, though.
Well, you worked here. We have to hit them hard and fast.
And I think there's also a difference between, are they interpreting the law the right way, and like, do they have the credentials necessary to have been considered? Because you can have all the credentials in the world and you can do a bad job. Vengeful Wraith. I think activism is fine, not as a substitute for doing your job properly. Like, there's a judge. I don't know if he's still on the Seventh Circuit or not, which is the appellate court that covers the Chicago area. Judge Easterbrook, who supposedly was famous for, or infamous for bringing lawyers to tears if there's any, sort of typo or thing like that in their briefs. And as a result of that, I remember one law professor took an inordinate amount of pleasure in finding a typo in one of his written opinions. It's like if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Yeah. I mean, one of the arguments I've heard for, at least in judicial matters, why that's sometimes the case is that the court should just say, okay, this is what the law is. Congress, if you don't like it, you can change the law. But we just assume that Congress is too incompetent to do anything, so the court ends up becoming this sort of last word in a very different way than they're supposed to be. Like, if you look overall at the three branches of government in the United States, the executive branch, which is the presidency and the administrative agencies under it, the legislative branch, which is Congress, and the Supreme Court. I mean, there's zero doubt that the Supreme Court is the most competent, professional, and least partisan of those by a massive margin.
What do you want?
I used to like him more, Farnsworth. I think he has unfortunately become increasingly partisan.
So Bourbon's done.
And while some of his takes are still extremely valid, some of them are pretty hot takes. Couldn't understand or pretended not to understand would be my question. There's a pretty real chance they understood exactly what you wanted and just wanted to make life difficult for you. Wouldn't understand, yeah. Exactly, we were fantastic. Humans are fantastic at being obtuse. And one of the interesting things about humanity is the smarter you are, the better you can be at being obtuse.
Well, now that we're...
Like, I know people who are, in terms of just like raw brain power, smarter than me, but never use that intelligence to actually understand issues they're talking about with any depth. So they may have a great machine, but they're putting garbage into it, and and as a result, they're getting garbage output. Yeah, if you have to force them, then and you piss them off, then to the extent they can get away with being unfriendly, they're going to be unfriendly. Yeah, I've read, I think, 2 of his books. He has Expert Political Judgment, and then he has a book called Super Forecasters. His work is excellent. But yeah, the idea that expertise and predictive power are often not correlated is fascinating. Hang on. I'm going to do this shrine, and I'm going to give Shirley another chance to see if she needs to get out, because, like I said, she a little bit of an upset stomach. So let's grab these. Pause, and I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. But yes, Tetlock's work is extremely interesting. And now the thing is, I think Tetlock could be very easily abused to also justify ignoring expert opinion. You could say, oh, look, these people can't predict anything. But they still know a heck of a lot more than you, and there has to be a way to deploy that knowledge well. Like, but yeah, the Hedgehog and the Fox is also a fantastic essay, as Isaiah Berlin. I mean, hedgehogs are often the man with only a hammer for whom every problem is a nail. Craft an imbued silver for the shrine. Uh, that I have not heard. Next month, I heard they're going to be announcing when it's released, but I haven't seen any official announcements since then.
Get right to business.
Primal Strike, barehanded. I see what you're doing there, Miso. Well, Voldrak Elite is going to hurt a bit, potentially. It sounds pretty cool. Tyrants of Ruin. Interesting. I mean, hang on. So, Tyrants of Ruin is plus 12,000. This is plus 9. So, I guess the, alright, this is telling me that yeah, okay, so it's more flat and it's a ton of percent. Yeah, okay, so that's going to get equipped. Let's get the next Rift Gate and then we'll be fine. That is a fantastic question, Envy. How have you not done that yet? Cadence. Alright. Just want to see what is with Deadly Momentum up. Alright, 47-7. Alright, Tyrants of Ruin. Take the Imbued Silver. Yeah, that's a pretty big damage increase. Okay. All right, we need... All right, so for Vire, we need 18 blue. We also probably want Ulzad, which means if we do that, then we can rejigger something else, maybe? Or we just do 4 here and then take something like Sailor's Guide and... It's not really a bad choice. I'm guessing you're missing the Crucible achievements, Envy? Because those seem like the most reasonable ones for you to be missing.
I haven't been. I came upon.
I don't know, maybe the bear absorbs the weapon through some process of osmosis or something. But yeah, you definitely need the weapon, but maybe you can at least have the illusion of being barehanded. Because as long as it looks cool, that's really what matters. Yeah. That's probably what it is. But again, it looks cool, so it's fine. Dynamiting items is probably the best way to get scrap. Two manticore eyes before the poison gland. Aggressive of mending. Probably want to get a better one, but it's not super important right now. Blow him up, Envy. Gotta do what you gotta do. Death's Vigil are the good guys. Yeah, Miso. I'll save the link. I'll take a look at it later on, but I want to make a bit more progress today before I have to call the stream. Chicken biryani plus fried red chicken. Alright, we need a enchanted flint. Have to make that.
wasn't sure you. I wish I'm going to.
I'll skip the plus. The Legion is split on two fronts.
It's the great thing about people coming from all over the world and bringing their cuisines and some of their traditions with them. Rice is so good. Alright, let's go kill the queen, and we can see if Gallus wants to drop us a ring. I would say rice or pasta I eat most days. Yeah, there are a lot of sauces that I really need to just teach myself how to make. red from the alcohol than the sun. That seems reasonable. Oh, what the heck? Well, now we have Aether resistance. So our base regen's up to 1500. We don't even have Behemoth or anything. We're just regenning. And 1575. Cutthroats of Celerity. Thanks a lot. So we got some gear upgrades today, but it's not in the form of Gallus rings. Yeah, drinking, I usually try to avoid drinking before 4 p.m. A little bit challenging sometimes on a cruise ship. I mean, you can just go to the pool and have a strawberry daiquiri or a pina colada at any time. That also sounds excellent, Farnsworth. Yeah. Day drinking is a relatively rare occurrence for me these days. In my younger days, it used to be a bit more common. The brunch place with unlimited mimosas was very appealing. Which was basically, you show up, they bring you a bottle of sparkling wine. Note, I did not say champagne. And a carafe of orange juice, and just whenever you wanted more, they brought you more. If I do that these days, if I start at noon, I'm basically done for the day by 3 o'clock.
was much. My scouts have reported back from the.
Honored with Black Legion, which means
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left. See you around.
by the writ.
Just the person. There are two other groups of.
We could buy the Devil's Crossing writ. I just don't think we will. Okay, we've got 10 devotion points left. We've got some attribute points that we can spend at some point, but I think I'm okay for now having them unspent. Alright, let's do a couple quick housekeeping items, and then I'll see who's on. Go to the Depraved Sanctuary. I don't even know who that is, Miso. I'll Google the name. Okay, he's a chef. Ooh, look at that. We got another level out of this. Get my Aether bit res up. Well, I don't plan on becoming a celebrity chef anytime soon, Misa, so I don't think you have to worry about me following in those footsteps. Should be all good. And let me pull up Grim Tools for this character. All right, here we are, level 56. And let's take a look and see if there's anyone on playing Grim Dawn or something else I can raid into. You know, we'll a couple people have mentioned they've seen Vex, so we'll give him a try. If it doesn't work out, we won't raid him again. But I'm gonna send you guys over to Vex Viren or Vex Viren, however his name is pronounced. Appreciate everyone hanging out. I will not be streaming Monday. Tuesday we'll be playing more Grim Dawn, and probably Wednesday, Thursday we'll do Dishonored, and I'll take Friday off. I think that's probably the balance that I'll find. But if I'm having fun with Dishonored, we might do Friday as well. All right, have a good rest of your weekend, and I will see you guys on Tuesday. Cheers.